Hello everyone. I was following a design course from Udemy, and today we're going to build a website based on that design. Okay, so this is the website that we're going to build today. Okay, so we have so many sections. We have this card section and stats section, and this section as well for conversation, some cards. We have some FAQ section here. We can, collapse the FAQ section as well. Okay, so the icon change accordingly as well. Okay, and yeah, we have the footer. Okay, so this website is responsive to some extent. I've shown you how to do the media queries, so you can do the rest by yourself. Okay, so this is how the website looks like. Okay, to the extent that I've done the responsiveness. Okay, you can add as many media queries as you want to make it more responsive. Okay, yeah, let's jump into the video. Also, if you want to request anything from this website, you can let me know from the comments, and then I can add something more, and then I'll add everything in the Git repo. Okay, I'll see you in the video. Okay, so I've already created the project and I did some cleanup as well. All the files here are empty. The index.js is empty, app.js is empty, except for the index.css. There are some variables that we're going to use. So these are the values of the colors that we're going to use for this project. So I had to do this off camera just to save your time. Okay, so let's start by installing some libraries that we're going to use. New terminal, and then we're going to npm install. I think the ones that we need is styled components, and let's just install style components for now, and then if we need anything later we can just install it. Okay, so while style components is being installed, let's create a new folder. So this is going to be components, okay, components, and then another folder. It's going to be styles. Okay, so inside the source file, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be global style.js. So this will be our styled components style. So in here we're going to import global. It should import automatically, but for some reason it's not doing that. So it's global. Oh, actually, before we do anything, we need to run this project first. So what I'm going to do now, after installing the style components, run npm start. Oops, not in here, down here. So run npm start to see if our project is working. Alright, so everything is in good shape. Now we can get started. So now let's import the global style from, I think it's styled components, I think. Yep, global style, and then here we're going to do const global style is equals to create global style. Oh, it's supposed to be create global style. I haven't been using style components in a while, so I kind of forgot how to use it. Okay, global style, and then in here we can start doing our normal styling. So let's start with the style, and then we're going to do margin, it's going to be 0, padding 0, and then list style none, and then box sizing is going to be border box. Okay, so now let's see if our styles are working. So body, and then we're going to do a background color. So this one is going to be slate blue, just to check if it's working. And then down here we're going to do export default global style. Okay, so now let's go to the index.js, I think in here, and then we're going to do global style, import the global style in here, and then save. Let's see if everything's running. Alright, now we have our style from our style components. It's working as expected. So now, after the global style is done, now let's take our variables from this index CSS, copy this file. You can cut it actually, because we're going to delete this index here. So go to the global style, and then up here you can just paste that file, the root file. I'm going to indent it, and then I'll save. Okay, so now we're going to have access to these colors. So what I'm going to do for the background color for the body is I'm going to do var, and then in here it's going to be neutral light. So this will be our background color. As you can see, it's the neutral light background color. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is delete this index.css here. We don't need it anymore. Okay, yep. So now let's go to the Figma. Let's check our design. All right, so this is the neutral color. So if I go to the neutral color, then we need HSL values. So it's 222 197 to this. Okay, you know what, I'll put this on another screen so I can see the design on another screen instead of, you know, switching around on one monitor. Okay, so this one 222 197, same as the one in Figma. Okay, so now let's start working on the home page. So this home page, that's where we're going to start from. Okay, so actually before we do that, I need to show you something. There's some kind of a layout for this these items. They're following a pattern. So there's equal space here, equal space, equal space, equal space, and also on the sides as well. So we need to create that layout as well in our start components file. Okay, so what I can do is in styles I can create a new file. I think this is going to be layouts.js. So inside the layouts, I'm going to do import styled from. I think if we just type styled, it will import automatically. No, it's not importing correctly, so just import styled from styled components, something like this. Okay, so in here I'm going to do const export. We're going to export it's going to be outer layout I think outer layout outer layout. Oops, I can't find the key out what I'm trying to press. I think something to outer layout const. You know, I kind of forgot. Styled dot, I think, section. Styled section. Okay, it's the other way around, so it's export const outer layout. You know, I haven't been using style components in a while now, so I'm a bit rusty. So we're going to create a section. So this section is going to be like our outer layout. Okay, and then down here we're going to create another one. This one is going to be inner layout, not here but this one, inner layout. Okay, so now save. What I'll do, we'll use these layouts later. So now let's go back to the components page. In components, I'm going to create a new file. So this one is going to be header.js. So we're going to create a functional component of header, and then in here I'm going to say const header style. Styled is equals to styled, and then it's not importing correctly. Styled, then we do styled dot header to create a header element. Okay, so now we have a header. So the height is going to be 100 VH for the header, and then width. I hate this auto completion. Width 100%. Oh my days, 100%. Okay, so now let's do an H1 and then say hello world, something like that, and then let's go to the app.js. In here let's do header and then save. Let's see what we have now. We have hello world. All right, so for this header, what is it, header, so I'm going to take this header styled and replace this div here. Okay, and delete this, and then we're going to import a background. So it's going to be bg, and then from .img. So the file name is going to be, it's called oh, I haven't exported the background, actually the image. I'm going to do that now. I'll export the image that we need. Oops. Export. For some reason it's not letting me export it. Okay, I found it. Export SVG. Okay. So now the image should be inside our folder. So it's called bg, just bg. So this one. Okay, so it's bg.svg. Alright, there you go. I'm going to do background image. Pardon me. Background image. I'm sorry. Background image is going to be URL, and then I'll do this. Then we do bg. Okay, and then let's save. Okay, there's a disaster, but let's fix it. Background repeat to no repeat. Okay, it should look like this. Background size to I think it's contain or cover, one of those. Okay, let's inspect this. I guess it's cover. Contain, cover. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, I think it's cover. So the background is covering the whole screen, but I think the positioning of the background, we need to lift it a bit up as well. So we do background position, background position. I think the y-axis, on the y-axis, let's do 20%. Let's increase the value. Doesn't seem to be changing. I don't know why it's not changing this value. Let's do 120%. I still don't know why it's not updating, but anyway, we'll fix this later. Let's focus on something else now. Okay. So we do this one to, we'll set this one to cover. Okay. I think instead of just background Y, we can do background position. Background position. Let's try this. Oops. Background position. We can try 50%. Oh yeah, I think it's working now. I think 50%. Okay, I think this will do, or just the default one. I'll just leave it at default. Once we're scrolling down, I'll see what it looks like, and then we can fix it later. But for now, let's just leave it like this. Okay, so now let's work on the main content. Okay, so now let's work on the navigation. So let's do an H1 in here. Hello world. Alright, so we need to do a layout that's going to be fixed. This layout, there's a padding. So every item that we put inside is going to inherit this padding. Okay? So let's go back to the layouts. Okay, so now let's work on an outer layout. So this is going to be the layout of our content. So all of these items are going to inherit the same layout. So it's just a padding on the sides. Okay, so we need to make sure that every item that is going to follow is going to inherit that padding. So let's go to our layouts, and then in the outer layout, that's where we want to add our padding. So let's do padding. Top and bottom is going to be, I think, let's try 5 rem for top and bottom, and then left and right is going to be 10 rem. Okay, so let's save this. Let's go to our app, to app.js. In here we're going to import our, I think it's outer layout. It's going to be coming from I think it's coming from the styles layouts. So it's the outer layout. So we're going to put everything in the outer layout in here. So we're going to do outer layout, everything is going to be wrapped inside here. So then I'll paste the header and then I'll save. Oh yep, so our header is also inside the outer layout, but we can see what we're trying to do. So the header, only the header is going to be outside the outer layout. Then we're going to fix the issue later. We're going to do the header on its own separately, but everything is going to be on the inside the outer layout. Okay, there you go. Alright, so now the issue of our header image, let's fix it. So now let's do the background position. Inspect this background position. Alright, so header background position somewhere around this is so annoying. Background position somewhere around 40%. Let's see. Nope, a bit more. I don't know why it's not doing the y-axis. Okay, now it's working on the y. So what we need to do is put it a little over 100, so around 120. Yep, so we need to put it around 120, 120% on the y-axis. So let's go to the header background position y. It's going to be 120. Oh no, 117 pixels percent, not pixels. 117%. So let's save this. All right, or we can try 100%. Let's see how this looks. Okay, I think this is perfect. Okay, 100%. So now let's work on this header. So for the header, we're going to also give this a padding as well. Header. So in here we're going to create a class. It's going to be header content. Header content. So the header content, that's where we want the h1, let's say hello world, whatever, and then the header content, and then we're going to give this a padding, top and bottom it's going to be 0, and then left and right is going to be 10 rem. Okay, so there it is. So we have our padding. So now let's work on the navigation. So this is our navigation. So we have a logo and then some navigation items and then the sign up button. Okay, so let's start here. So we have the logo. Actually we need a nav dot navigation. You know what, to make this much more better, we can create a navigation component in here. We're going to do navigation.js. So it has to be, you know, scalable. So it's much easier to put everything into components. We can reuse these components as well. Functional component, I'm going to do const styled navigation styled. Navigation style is equals to styled, and then styled dot nav. Okay, we're going to import styled from styled components. So take this navigation and then replace this div with the okay. So what you want to do is replace this div with the navigation styled. Inside the header, I've opened so many files at once. Index app.js, and then inside the header in here we're going to do navigation. Alright, so now we've imported our navigation. Let's start by creating our navigation. Inside the navigation, so we have logo. Okay, so after the logo we have the UL. So inside the UL we have the li, 3 LIs, so we're going to multiply by 3, and then we have an anchor tag in there, and another anchor tag, and another. Okay, so we have home, features, and then I think we have pricing. Alright, so after that I need a button. I'm going to create another component for that instead of just coding a button down there. So I'll do primary button.js. Alright, so it's going to be const and then button styled is equals to styled dot button, or you can use an anchor tag if you want to redirect this to an external website. Okay, copy this. Okay, and then you replace this div. Then don't forget to import styled from styled components. Alright, so for this button it's going to be sign up. Now let's render our button. It's called primary button, and then let's render this one here. Okay, so let's give it a prop. It's going to be title or name, it's up to you. Then this one is going to be sign up. Okay, because we might want to create a variation of this button. Sign up, and then in the button we're going to get the prop, it's the name. So in here we're just going to set the prop to name. Alright, so now let's see. Now we have a button sign up, and then the logo. Inside the logo we're going to do img. For the source we're going to do logo, so don't forget to import the logo. So import logo from I believe it's .img, and then it's going to be logo.svg. Okay, there it is. So now let's display. Let's use a flex display to display this in a same row. Okay, so let's go to the parent, which is navigation styled. in here we're going to do display to flex. This auto completion is so weird. Display flex, and then we're going to do justify content. It's going to be space between. Alright, there it is. So before we do anything, we need to get a font first, a nice font family. Okay, so to get a nice font, we're going to do Google Fonts. I believe a nice font is called Nonito or Poppins, I don't know if I remember correctly. Yeah, Nonito is one of my favorites. Copy the 200 and then 4 and then semi-bold as well, maybe 600 as well. Copy this link and go to the public, just chuck it down here, and I am also going to copy the font family name, and I'll go to the global style, and then I'm going to paste it in here, doesn't matter, here or in the body. Alright, so now we should have a nice font. There it is. Actually, in here we also need to do list text decoration to none by default. We don't want any underlinings here. Now they're gone. Alright, so inside the header we have the header content. It's supposed to be header content. Okay, so the header content navigation. So navigation is going to be mean height. It's going to be 10 VH, and then align items to center, and then we're going to do a background color. It's temporary, just to see what we're doing, just to give it a white background color. Okay, so here is our navigation. Everything is aligned center, so the height is minimum of 10 VH. So now let's display this side by side by using a flex display. So it's UL inside the navigation style. You can give this UL a class name, or you can leave it like that, whatever you want, because we can use nesting as well inside the style components. So we can do display flex now, display flex, and then we can do justify content, space between as well, space between. So we want it to be like, you know, spaced a bit once we give it a space, a bit of width. Okay, so let's inspect this. Alright, UL, I think we can give this width to 40%, something like that. Okay, so it's now spaced out as we want. Okay, so let's see the design. In the design, the color is white, so let's go to the body. Let's remove this white color here, and now let's go to the body, which is inside the global style, and then by default we want the color to be white. Actually, we might want to use a variable for that, just in case we want to use a dark mode, but I'm just going to do white anyway. White. Okay, so for the anchor tag A, I want to do color. It's going to inherit, because it's an anchor tag. By default, it doesn't inherit the color, so now it's white, it inherits the color. And also by default, I want the font size to be 1.2 rem, I reckon. I think I reckon it's 1.2 RAM. Yeah, something like that. 1.2 RAM. Alright, so after the navigation, let's work on the button. So for the button, the background color of the button is going to be this. Go to the global. Where is it? Okay, you know what, I'll copy this root. Create a temporary CSS file in here, so just we can see the colors. Test.css or something, so just we can visualize the colors. Okay, so now this is the background color, the accent pink color of the button. So when I go to the button, primary button JS, in here I can start background color. It's going to be var, and then we put the color, and then it should have that background color. For some reason it seems like it's not there. Accent pink, var. Okay, let's see what's going on. Inspect. Accent pink. Oh, it is there. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Button styled. Alright, so now let's give it a padding. Top and bottom is going to be 1 RAM, left and right is going to be 2 RAM, something like that. 2 RAM. Now let's double check the style, the design. Alright, so font family, inherit, font size, inherit, color, inherit. Okay, it's too big. I don't know why our background color is not working, but it's showing that it's being applied, but for some reason I think I know why. So when I go to the root, I go the accent pink, and then I'm going to do comma 100. Let me double check if that's the issue. No, it's not. Accent pink 100. No, it's not. This is weird. Inspect. Okay, don't worry, we'll fix it. Okay, let's go back to the button, primary button, var accent pink. Okay, let's do border radius 15 pixels, just to make it a bit rounded, same as the design. So it's a bit rounded as well. I think it's 20 pixels, and then we reduce the padding here to something like 0.6 RAM. Then here we do 1.8, just to make it I think it's fair. I'll leave it 2 RAM. Yep, that's fair. And then we're going to do outline to none, no outline, then border none, no border. Alright, so now it's just a button. let's fix the background. So it's this one, HSL, primary button, background color. This one is working, but it's the wrong one. I don't understand what's going on here. Invalid. You know what? I don't know why it's doing this. Let's one second. I'm going to pause this. I'm going to exchange this to hex so we don't have these problems, because I just want to do the video quickly. I've now changed the HSO colors to hex colors, so now our variables should be working across the website. So now let's change this one to var and then paste our variable name. Now it should be working on the browser. Is it the React app? Still not working. Inspect background color. Oh, it's still showing the wrong values again. I think we didn't save. Okay, save the global, then save everything, then everything. Hopefully now the color shows up. Okay, so now let's do a cursor, to a pointer cursor. Okay, let's do cursor pointer. Alright, so now everything looks good. So now let's work on this content here. Okay, so we have the image. I think our best solution here would be to sort of use a grid for this one. So we have a grid column and a grid column. Okay, so let's go to the VS Code. Down here, close the navigation. After the navigation, we're going to do header, create a new component. It's going to be header content, .js, React functional component, export, header content styled is equals to styled dot. So this one's going to be some a div. Okay, copy this header content, replace the div. Okay, and then we need to import the styled from start components. Alright, so in the header, after the navigation, we're going to do header content. Okay, so the header content, it contains the left content, and then we have left and right content. So for the left content, we're going to have this text here. Alright, so it's going to be a primary heading. Okay, So we have h1 and a paragraph. h1 dot primary. Actually, it's not necessary to name this, to give these classes, because we can use nesting, because we're only going to use this inside this component, so it's not necessary to give it a class. Just copy this title here. Okay, and then paste it, and then p.white. This one, I want this paragraph to be white. I can do lorem 30. Okay, lorem 30. After that, I'm going to create a new secondary button inside the components folder. So components, new file is going to be secondary button.js. Okay, so this button is going to be a little complicated than the normal button we had. Alright, because we might want to animate. Actually, that's not the button that we want. That's good. This one, that's the one that's going to be complicated. So this one is a different one. So secondary button, create function component. So this one is going to be const secondary button styled is equals to styled dot button. You can use an anchor tag if you want to redirect this to an external website. It's up to you. Copy, replace this div, and replace this div. Alright, so now in here we're going to do most of the same things that we did in the primary button. So I'll copy this. We're not supposed to be copy and pasting code. It's not a good practice, but you know, it's kind of similar, so let's do that. I'll paste this, and let's see how it looks. It's somewhere down here. I don't know where the button is. Oh, it's not, I'm not rendering the button, I think. Oh, the name, there's no name here. We're not rendering the button, so the button should be rendered down here. It's gonna be secondary button. Alright, secondary button. I don't know why it's small letter, it's capital. This one is content. It's supposed to be content. Right content, left content, then we do name. This goes to, so we have a name, register now. Okay, styled is not defined. Secondary button, we didn't import the styled components. Import styled from styled components. Alright, there it is. We just need to change the color. The color is going to be test CSS. It's going to be, I think, dark primary. So let me double check that. Yep, it's going to be dark primary. And then go secondary, change the background color to dark primary, and then it should look like so. Okay, so you know this icon here, we can technically design this icon easily with code, but it's going to waste a lot of time, you know, just to design this little icon. What I'm going to do now is just to export this icon. I'm just going to export it. Oops, export. Export this as an SVG. So animated landing page. So this one is going to be arrow. Oops, I didn't export. SVG export. I need to group it first and then export, then arrow. Alright, so we don't need to, you know, make this with code. So in here I'm going to do arrow, import arrow from img arrow dot svg. Okay, let's double check. it is there. So img, the source is going to be arrow. Alright, so we should have the arrow now. Okay, so inside the secondary button we're going to do display flex and align items. I want to align the text and the image together. It's display flex, and then align items center. Alright, and justify content space between. Alright, so there it is. Now it's aligned a little bit. Okay, so what I will do is let me inspect this. Inspect button, register this image. I can do padding left 0.5 rem, something like that, or 1 rem. Let's see the design. Alright, yeah, I think 1 rem is fair. So we're going to do img padding left 0.9 rem. That is fair. Alright, so now we refresh. There it is. There is our button. So now let's work on the right content. So for the right content, we're working inside the header content. So we have the right wrong spelling again, right content. Alright, so for the right content we have an image and some items that are floating around. So we're going to have an image, the source is going to be, I think, what did I name the image? Somewhere it's phone.svg. So I'm going to import the phone, import phone from img phone.svg. Alright. Phone from SVG, phone. There it is. So now the moment of truth. Now let's do header content. We're going to do display grid. So we're going to have 2 columns. We're going to do repeat grid template columns. We're going to have 2 columns, right? So it's going to be repeat 2 1FR. That they're going to have equal spaces. Okay. So now our grid is floating. Alright, so now the text is on the center of the grid item. Okay, so left content, what I will do is I'm going to wrap this into a container. So dot text container or something. Left text container. Okay, so because we want to align this item, the text container, on the center. Left content, so take left content, and then we're going to do display. It's going to be flex, and then align items to center, and then we're going to align this whole thing on the center. Alright, so now it's just a matter of giving padding to the right, a bit padding to the right as well. We need a padding to the right, and also we need some line height and also the font size. Okay, padding right. I think I'll do like 3 rem or something. Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, I think that is fine. And then left we have an H1 font size. Let me double check what the font size I've used here. It's bold. Think let's try 2 rem, and font weight 600. Can't remember the font weights I've downloaded. 600. $700, no. Okay, I think 4 rem will do. I don't know why the font weights I've downloaded are not working, but don't worry, we'll fix it later. So 4 rem for this, and then the paragraph, it's white paragraph. Padding top and bottom is going to be 1.4 rem. Top and bottom, not around. So top and bottom 1.4 rem, left and right 0. So it's going to look like this. All right. So what we can do is increase this line height of this font here. Line height. So let's do it in the browser so we can see instead of refreshing all the time. So we do line height 1.4 rem. So I guess 2 rem. I guess the ideal line height would be 1.8 rem. Yeah, something like this. Okay, so now let's give this grid a bit of a padding top. So grid is going to be padding top. Let's do 2 rem just to give it, you know, a bit of space. So if I select the grid container, so there's more spacing here. Yeah, I'll give it for 4 rem. Yeah, something like that. So padding top 3 rem. I'll use 3 instead of 4. Alright, so now let's work on the absolute these items here, these 3D icons. Actually, you know, to get these 3D icons here, what you want to do is make a frame, okay, and then change this to whatever color that you want. Let's say this pink color, and then go to plugins. You need to download a plugin called Vector 3D Elements. So if I click that plugin, I can get, for example, let's say whatever. Let's say this laptop here, right here. So what I can do is like rotate it to whatever position that you want, and then I'll select load frame. So first you need to select the frame that you want to apply. You can use any image that you want to use, anything, and then you can just put on the frame any design that you want, and then you load frame. So for example, you see this color here. What I can do is I'll go here, and then I'll do a snipping tool, and then I'll copy this code right here. Then I'll save this image, save image to the desktop, and then I'll just call it laptop or something, laptop. And then what I'll do is go to the Figma, and I'll cancel this. I'm going to import that image. 1 second. File, place image, desktop, select. Okay, so once you have to put the image inside the frame, this frame here. Okay, so now I've put the image in there. I'll select the frame and then resize this a bit more to match my image, or you can resize the image to match the frame, whatever you see fit. Okay, so I'll do image, fill, and then I'll do fit. I think, or crop. I'll crop the image. Okay. Actually, I'll do fill. Okay, there it is. So there's my image. So what I'll do is I'll go to the plugins, and then I'll do Vector 3D, and then I'll select the laptop. And then in here I'll make sure you select the frame, and then I'll do load frame, and then now there it is. There's our code inside the laptop. So now what you can do after that, you can find the angle that you want, and then you do export image, and then there you go. Now you have like a 3D image of that laptop with our code. Simple. Alright, now let's focus on making the website. I'll delete this. Where were we? So now you can, you know, make any 3D items that you want. So now I'm going to place this, you know, individually. because we're going to animate these little things here, 3D items. Okay, now let's go to the VS Code. I'm going to start with this one. So write content, take this, write content, left content, and then after left we have right content. And then position is going to be relative because I want those items to stay within the container. So as you can see from the design, these items, they stay within the container. Alright, so what I will do now is go to the code, and then I'm going to import ring 1 from .img, and then it's going to be ring orange .svg. Alright, ring orange, ring 1. So in here I'll do img dot ring 1 source. It's going to be ring 1. Alright, so in the right content, the ring 1 position is going to be absolute, bottom it's going to be 0, right 0. Yep, something like that. And then go to the left to auto. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to make sure it's a bit up, so I'll do bottom 10%. Yeah, something like that. So it's a bit at the bottom 10%, and then on the top corner we have this is message 1. So the message, it's called message blue, I think. No, message orange, from the top one. So it's can't even spell message orange. Oh, it's pink. I can't even remember what I've named them. Pink. So down here I'll copy this as well. This one is going to be message 1 class. It's going to be message 1 as well. Whereas we're going to animate these. So these styles are going to be similar to this. Copy this. Just change the name to message. Position absolute. We're going to do top 0, right 0, left auto. Okay, there it is. So let's see our design. Okay, yeah, something like that. And then this one, so we have message 2, and then this one is blue. Down here we copy this. This one is message 2, copy this, change the name to message 2, and then we're going to do, instead of right, we're going to do left 0, not auto, 0. Top, we're going to do bottom, not bottom, 15%. Okay. Let's see how the image is standing. Okay, so the image is a bit smaller, or one second. Oops, right content. Let me see if I do this display, flex, wrong one, right content, display, flex, justify content to center, justify content center. We should center this image. Okay, never mind, we'll fix this later. Alright, so now everything is applied as it should be, except for this one. This image should be somewhere a bit more to the right. So what we can do, actually, we can select this image. We can give it a class name, to phone, class name, what? Class name is equals to phone. Okay, so now let's inspect, select. So distracting. Padding left. If this doesn't work, we can always reduce the size of the image anyway. Yeah, so it doesn't. We can always reduce the size. So what we can do is do a width. We can do, let's say, 80%, something like that, and then okay, we try to center. Then we can do display flex, and then justify content to center. Yeah, you can always make this image as much smaller as it needs to be. Okay, and then now it's like showing nicely. All right. Oh, to F12, inspect this image, and then you can just go back, copy phone, width 80%, display flex, justify content to center. Okay, and then yeah, there it is. It looks nice. So now I think we can work on the hover for this navigation items, but we can do that later. I think that's it for now. I'll see you on another section. Okay, this is our next section, so it's going to be the cut section. So as you can see, there is a consistent spacing top and bottom here, like so. Okay, so we need to create a layout for that, so that's why we've created an inner layout inside our layouts. So inside the layouts, what is layouts? Styles, layouts. So we have inner layout. So we're going to have a padding padding top and bottom is going to be somewhere between, I think, 8 rem, and then left and right 0. Okay, inner layout. So now what we can do is create this cut section here as a small section, or we can just hard code it inside another component, but I think I'll create a separate component for that. I'll do cut section.js, react functional component, then const cut section styled is equals to styled dot section. So this one is going to be a sectional item. Copy this and then replace. Don't forget to import the styled from styled components. From styled components. There you go. So the cut section, we can make a main component. So header content, navigation, header content inside the app.js. Where's the app.js? So outer layout, inside the app.js we can make a main. We can do main styled or something, styled main styled, and then in here we're going to load the card section. Okay, so in here we're going to do const const main styled is equals to styled dot main. So after the styled main, we can import the styled from, I hate keep doing this, keep importing the styled components all the time. Alright, so now we have the main, and now we are rendering the card. So we can say h1 card, whatever, you can put whatever text you see fit. Now let's see, there should be text here. There it is, it's white. Okay, but we need to put inner layout. Okay, before we do anything, we always need to put the inner layout, so there's always a spacing between everything. Okay. So as you can see from the design, we have left and right section as well. Okay, so left and right dot left left, this one is card left, and then we have card right. In here it's just img, the source is going to be the card, and then the left. Okay, so we're going to import the card from I believe it's card. What did I name it? Credit card. That's the issue. Cannot resolve, cannot find credit card. Credit. There it is. Now let's work on the secondary title and the paragraph. So it's going to be h2 dot secondary heading, wrong spelling, heading, and then in here we're going to paste the title from the design. You can put whatever title that you want, and then the paragraph, I'm going to do lorem 25 here, lorem 25, just get random text. Okay, so now I'm going to save, and I'm going to wrong spelling. What's going on with my spellings today? I'll copy secondary. This one is going to be global, okay, because we're going to reuse this over and over again. Secondary heading, secondary, instead of, or we can make a component for that, but that would take a bit of time to do that. So what I'll do, I'll just go to the global. Okay, down here I'll do P, color. So I want all the paragraphs to have a color of dash dash. I think it's this one for the paragraph. Okay, and then for this one I'm going to do font size to 1.7 RAM, I think, and then color, copy this, and then we change to purple primary. Let's make sure it's two lines here. Alright, and then we need to change that white in the header. We have a white, this is it, white paragraph. So the white paragraph is inside the left content. So in the left, white, and then we do color white, color white, and then all the paragraphs with this color here. Inspect this, and then the font, I think 3 RAM for this one, 3 RAM. Go back, go to the global, and then change the font size to 3 RAM, 3 RAM, and then yeah, that's it. Inside the cut section, okay, we copy this and put it into a container, cut, and then put into a container. It's going to be card container, something like that. Alright, because we want to display a grid, we want to take this card container and display grid. Display grid, and then grid template columns. It's going to be repeat, and then we want 2 columns, and then 1 FR, same spacing. Okay, there it is, but there seems to be a lot of spacing. Let me double check. Okay, so there's so much spacing on our website. Okay, I think it's okay. So what I'll do is inspect this one, card right, and this one as well. Okay, so what I can do also is I can give this container a fixed height, or you can choose to do what you want. So I think what I'll do is I'll give it a fixed height as well. So cut container. I think the height I'm going to give is 300 pixels. I don't know, 300 pixels, no, or 600 pixels. 600 pixels. I think it's too much. 400. Just trying to figure out what would be an ideal height for this. $350. Alright, so now let me inspect this image. The image is way too big. I didn't export this image properly. There's so many space, a lot of space that we don't need. So I'm going to re-export this image. I'm going to re-export this credit card. Okay, I'm going to take this away from here. Okay, I just replaced the image. I didn't export the image properly last time, so I just replaced it. So now it's fine. Now let's go back. Yeah, and here, cut right, copy this style. Cut container. Cut right. I want to do display flex, and then justify content flex end. So I want this to be at the end, something like this. Alright, so now we have reasonable amount of spacing. Okay, so also for this paragraph, I'm going to give it a bit of a padding. Paragraph, so cut left, padding top and bottom 1 rem, left and right 0. So it's going to have a padding top and bottom. I think we also need a line height as well. So what I'll do is I'll go to the global style. I'll do line height 1.8 rem. This should be in the paragraph by default. So let's inspect this. The line height is not applied. Let's see why. Inspect P. Okay, there it is now. 1.9. Okay, change this to 1.9 rem. Okay, so I think everything is looking fine. We can always reduce the padding on the sides. Okay, so now let's go to the next section, which is this one. Okay, so I've exported this this chart here as an image because I don't want to waste your time creating this with CSS. It should take ages to do that. So what I'll do, I'll export this as an image, and then I'll make these with normal CSS, but only this one is an image. Okay, so this pattern as well is going to be a bit tricky because we're also going to animate these little things here. When you have a we're going to see what we can do with this. Okay, so now let's go back to VS Code. I'll put this on second screen so I can see the reference. Okay, so the next section is going to be components. New is going to be, I'll say chart section .js, then React functional component. So many things are open here. I'll close everything up. Okay, as usual, we're going to do const chart styled equals to styled dot section so this section is going to be for our chart system, charts charts, I can't even pronounce it properly, charts, chart. Okay, so now we have left chart left, and we have right. Okay, so for the left we have dot I think it's stats dot stats. Okay, so inside the stats I'm going to create a new component. It's going to be a start component. Okay, the component it's going to be chart stats, something like this. Dot, it's going to be a div. Okay, so copy this, replace, this is the most annoying bit, importing the style components. But it is what it is. So now go back to the chat section. I'll copy this, cut, and then we're going to do inner layout. I think it's the inner layout. I think inner layout, inner layout. Can't remember what I've named it. So let me go to the layouts. Yeah, it's inner layout. Oops, I see why it's not importing. So we go to the app CSS. In here we do chart starts chart section. Okay, and then we save, and then here we do inner layout. Now it's importing inner layout from layouts, and then we can paste our content in here. Okay, there it is. We also need to import styled components inside the in here. Okay, So chart styled, let me go to Figma and look for my reference. So in here we're going to have balance or name, and then amount. Oops. Name, amount, name, amount. You know what I'll do is I'll wrap this inside a p tag. This one is going to be name, and this one is going to be I think I'll do this as an h4. This one is going to be amount. Okay, so this component is called chart section. Chart section. This information starts. Chart section. I'm thinking where this is supposed to be in the stats. This one is supposed to be in the stats. Cut this. Stats left. Okay. And then you cut this and you also put in the stats. Alright. Oops, the inner layout is not supposed to be in here, it's supposed to be in the chart section. I'm getting confused with the names. So remove this inner layout. Okay, so remove the inner layout and then we go to the chart section in here. That's when we're going to do the inner layout. Okay, and then we're going to do chart stats in here, and then we have the then we have name is equals to name. Oops, remove this. Chart stats. Okay, take this out, put it here, up here, just leave it there. I did a mistake. So these class names and everything here, all of these should be inside here. So I'm so sorry, it's my bad. Okay, so it's like okay, so yeah, it's like that, and then it should be inside the inner layout. Okay, so everything inside the inner layout like so, and then in here only this is responsible for the stats. Okay, and then in here for the stats, that's when we're going to render the stats. So firstly we'll render the, so we have name, so it's to, let me check the design, balance, and then we have amount, I think it's something like $250, 250, something like that. Okay, then you can duplicate this, transaction $1,000, something like this. Alright, so now you save. There it is. Okay. So what we're going to do now is give this a background color. So we go to the chart stats and we start to style this. Okay, so background color. Since we're not going to do dark mode, instead of using a variable, I'll just use a normal white color because I'm not going to do dark mode. Doesn't seem to be chart. Oh, it's typing the wrong one. Chart stats. Oh, it is. Background color white. Okay, inspect this. Balance. Background color white. Well, give me a second. I need to change my monitor brightness. I cannot see. This current brightness is too dark, so I cannot see if it's white or not. Alright. Okay, it doesn't seem to be showing the background color. So what I will do is I'll go back and then I'll go to the global style, body, background color, neutral. So this is the neutral. Okay. Chart style, background color white. Okay, and then chart section. So I'll wrap this in a parent dot chart container. Copy this chart container, paste it down here. Display, it's going to be grid as usual. Grid template columns is going to be repeat to 1FR. Alright. The background color is not working somehow. Okay. I cannot tell if this background color of the website is white or not. It seems to be white to me. That's so strange. Okay, but it doesn't matter. We'll fix it later. 100% zoom. I'll do border, chart container, just starts, border, radius 20 pixels, border 1 pixel, solid, var, border color, if I named that correctly. Okay, border color, let me double check this background to from white to this one. Let me see how this one looks. That's not the one. All right, white. Okay, so now let's work on the box shadow. Width will be 5 rem or something. $15 rem, just make it bigger. Padding, top and bottom, it's going to be 2 rem. And then left and right, I think I'll just do padding 2 rem overall, around something like this. Okay, and then box shadow, let's go back to the chart section, stats, wrap this in a parent, dot stats money or something. All right, stats money, display flex. Okay, so then flex, and then justify content space between, something like this. There seems to be too spaced out, but we'll fix it. And then after the stats money, we have an img. This one is going to be chart maybe import chart from img chart.svg. Alright, so we're importing the chart image. Okay, so this image is got a nice shadow already fixed to it. It's coming from Figma, so I've exported the shadow. So I'm going to remove this shadow. I'm going to re-export this image to remove this shadow so we can add our own shadows. Okay, so I'm going to re-export the image again. Okay, I'm going to look for the effects and remove the effects. Shortcut. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this video for now, just to try to re-export this card so we can get started with styling. Alright, I've removed the shadow. Now the image is properly imported. Now let's add the box shadows, the ones from Figma. What I'm going to do now is chart inside the stats, right? Then I'm going to target the IMG. So stats IMG, and then I'm going to paste these values. These values came from Figma, the box shadow values that we want. Sorry. Okay, we don't want this box sizing and border radius. We don't want this. We just want the box shadow to be applied. Okay. It's not working because this is an image, it's a square, so we need to keep that border radius, so to make sure our image is also rounded as well, so we can apply that nice shadow. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is, I'm not sure what color this background is, so I'm going to do color picker plugin. Because I can't tell if the color is white or not. So what I'll do is I'll just use this plugin to find out. This is a white color. So let's go to the global body background color, neutral. This is the neutral color. Neutral light, is it? Oh, I didn't put it properly. It's supposed to be 2 dashes, not 3. Okay, now there it is. Now we have the proper color. Okay, and also I think the border color, it's a wrong one. I'm going to do border color 2. So I'm going to change this to a new color. I'll go back to Figma and I'll copy a nice color here for the border. So this is the color. Oops. Color 2. Oh, is this? All right. You know what? I think the actual border color is this one. I think I've messed up the colors. All right, there it is. So now let's work on these items here. So I'm going to go back to chat section or chat stats, width, I'll say width and height same, 15 rem. So I'm going to reduce this to 10. something like that. And 10. Remove the justified content, so make sure they're next to each other, like so. Okay, I'll just add a padding bottom though, 1 rem. So we're going to put it consistent padding, 1.3 rem. So 1.3 on the bottom and 1.3 between each of these items. .5 pixels, I think that makes sense. Or 50. Okay, and then we have H4. RAM, color, var, global, paper primary. Okay, so it should be paper primary now. There it is. And where's the P? Color. Color is going to be black. I want this P to be somewhat bold. Okay, I'll just do this. Yep, like this, and then to make it similar to our design, reduce this to something like this. Okay. I can do maybe padding right, 1 rem. So this one starts money. Margin. Okay, so it's a margin. We need to give it a margin. Okay, margin. So image. So if I do width 100%, now the image is covering a width of 100%. So I think I'll do the same for these stats. So what I would do is I think I'll do this 100%, something like this. But we're also going to give it a padding as well. Or we can do 90%. 90%. It's not supposed to be here. Width. B amount stats. IMG. Width 100%. Okay, and now the image is 100%. So this one 90%. 90%, and then what is it? It's so confusing when you have so many styles. Stats, justify content, space between. Let me inspect this. Justify content, just display flags, save everything, inspect this. Okay, what we can do, go back to the styles, remove this width, so padding, remove this, padding right. So now there's padding around width 50%. I don't know why it's not applying the width. We can do actually margin. I'm wondering to use the padding or margin, not including the last child. Okay, don't worry, we'll fix this later. I don't want to waste time trying to fix this, because on our design the items are a bit, smaller because the padding is a bit higher than the one we're using. We're using less padding, but we can always fix it later. Let's focus on something else for now. Let's focus on the right side, so which is the text. So the right side, I'll go back. I think it's just section. Okay, here I'll do h2 dots. I think secondary heading. Paste some text and then save. It should show secondary heading here. There it is. Okay, so now secondary heading, now we have a paragraph as well. P lorem 25, lorem 25, save, and then we're going to have that complicated button. So for this padding, if I remember correctly, I've used chat left. I've used 1.2 rem, I think, or 1.3, and then 0 left and right. So there's this nice padding here. So what I'll do is I'll reduce the width of this. Actually, chat right. I'll give chat right padding left, 2 rem. So there's like a bit of spacing, 2 rem, and then I'll reduce the width of this as well. Chat section. So chat left, width 80%. Okay, so there's a bit of spacing in there. So now what we can do now is, now let's create the button. It's a bit complicated, this button here. Okay, so it's going to be new file. It's going to be animated button.js. Now let's import this button. We're going to import this below this paragraph. It's going to be animated button, animated button. Okay, we're going to give it a name. Name is going to be lane more. Okay, animated button, name, dot img source the arrow, import arrow from img arrow.svg. So now let me try to check in the secondary button how much padding I gave. So the image padding left, const animated. I'm sorry about that. There's a bin collection today. Animation button styled is equals to styled dot button styled button, and it's too early for them to collect bins. Look at the time, it's like 5 AM in the morning and the noise is too much. And then we're going to target the img and then give it a padding left, and then take this and then replace the div. Okay, animated, something's wrong, which is we didn't import our styled from styled components, and then save everything. Hopefully everything should work. Now the button is here. So what we're going to do now is just copy the generic styles from the secondary button. We're just getting the generic styles. Okay, so you know what, we can actually inherit some styles using style components, but I kind of forgot how to do that. But for now, let's just stick to copy and paste. We can easily share some styles. Yeah, now with the button, but we need to, you know, to put these things here. Okay, I think I'm going to increase the padding top and bottom as well. So padding top and bottom, I'm going to do 0.9 rem, same as the secondary button, 2.9 rem as well, just to make it a bit, you know, beefy. All right, so now let's it doesn't hurt just to put on 1 rem. Oops, just to put on 1 rem here, 1 rem, animated to 1 rem 2, just to make it, you know, yeah. So now I'm going to put position here, position to relative. I'm wondering if I should use actual images or create a div for that. So these images, I can, you know, export these individual images, but you know, I think I'll go with the option of exporting these individual images actually, instead of, you know, creating a div and then, you know, positioning everything again and again. So I think that may our easy way is to just, you know, export the images. I guess I'll just do that. Okay, I've also noticed another issue here. So if I inspect this, the border radius, it seems to be a bit lower. So what we need to do is increase the border radius to something like 60 pixels. Okay, yep, 60 pixels is fine. So where is that image? It's inside the chart. Learn more, chat section image. Alright, there it is, card. Oh no, this one is card section, chat stats. Can't even remember what it is. Oh, there it is, chart img. Change this to something like 62 pixels. Okay, and then save. Now let's go back to the button. So if we go to the button on hover, so when I hover this button, I want to transform these images. Okay, so button and on hover, oops, animated, and hover. hover. Let me just try this to see if it's working. Background color to red. It's just for testing purposes. Okay, it's working. So on hover, the blob one, transform, translate x minus 20 pixels. Alright, so now it's working on alpha, right? We're also going to do transition here. 0.4 seconds ease in and ease out. So when we have it transitions, but it seems to not be working, we need to put in the hover as well in here. So yeah. Still not working. I guess down here too. Okay. Transition. Transition is in, is out. So let me increase this to 70. A bit more. 90. So 100, I think, is the best answer. 100 pixels. Copy this to blob 2. Blob 2. 100 pixels, the opposite. Okay, but for the blob 2, this one is going to be like 140 pixels. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so the transition, there's an issue with the transition here. Transition. I'm not sure whether this transition should be here or... yeah. Okay, there it is. So now let's work on the text as well. So we want this color to change to something, maybe this one. I don't know if it matches. Actually, I have an idea for the color. On hover, oops, color, it's going to be var accent, I think, accent primary, I can't remember, accent pink, accent pink. Okay, so we can find a way to mess with this icon as well. This icon here, let's see how we can mess around with it. So this icon is called arrow. Arrow. Okay, so I go to the hover. So the arrow, I want the arrow to have a padding left 1.4 em. Yeah, okay. So now let's put the transition in the arrow. Okay, perfect. I think our button is done. Now let's before we go any further, let's reduce the padding. Let's increase the padding. So let's find the matching padding. So I'll go to the main, which is this one, the main, and then I'm going to increase the padding to, let's try 18 rem. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, I think 18 rem is fine, it's perfectly fine. So what I will do is I'll go to the layouts, I'll close the image, layouts, padding, I'll do 18 rem. Okay, and I'll also go to the header. So if you remember our header, we defined the padding in here, so it's going to be 18 rem. Okay, so everything is more squished up now, but that's what the design looks like, so we have to kind of keep it a bit similar to the design. Okay, so now we're going to fix this later, don't worry, these things here. But before we go any further, I need to put a gradient, a shadow on them as well. So what I'll do, I'll go to the Figma, I will look for this one, select it, stroke, I'm looking for the effects, shadow. Okay, and then I'll go to inspect, and then I'll copy the box shadow, which is this one. Okay, I'll copy the box shadow, and then I'll go back to VS Code, then I'll go stats, and then I'll drop in the box shadow like so. Alright, now we have a nice box shadow. Yeah, let's go on another section. We're going to come back and fix this area, don't worry. So our next section is going to be this section right here. Okay, it's a different section from the one we've been creating, so I'll see you then. Welcome back. Now let's work on this section. Okay, so this messaging system, I'm just going to export it as an image. There's no need to export it as there's no need to to design this with HTML and CSS, so I think it's better just to export as an image. I've already done that. Now let's go back to VS Code and start coding. Okay, let me open this, and I'm going to resize my VS Code editor. Okay, and I'm going to open my design file on another screen so I can see the reference. Alright, so where did we left off? So now inside the components, I'm going to create a new component. So this one is going to be I think I'll call it messaging section or something. Messaging section .js. Alright, I'm going to close all these open files. Alright, so after the chat section, I'm going to import the messaging section. Okay, so inside here I'm going to I think it's the inner layout. Let me double check. Const, this one is going to be message styled is equals to styled dot section and then replace the inner layout with the message, and then inside, that's where you want to do the inner layout, like so. Okay, and also don't forget to import the styled components. Import styled from styled components. Alright, so now we've imported our styled components. We can start by styling. So in here we're going to have a grid. So I'm going to give it a parent container. It's going to be dot message container. Okay, so the container is going to have the left items or something like that, and then we have left and right items. Alright. So in the left items, I'm going to copy this class name and then I'll paste it down here. Left items, and then left, and we have right items as well. Left and right. Okay, so for the left we have the title. I can't remember what I've named the title because I haven't worked in this project for like a week or something like that. I'll go back to the global style to check the name. Secondary heading. Okay, so in here I'm going to do H2, I think, like this. Then I'm going to just paste in the text. You can use whatever text that you want. Okay, let's save. Let's see what we have. Okay, there it is. So after that, after the H2, we're going to have a paragraph. Lorem, I'm just going to do lorem 23, something like that. Just random text. Okay, there it is. And then we have some avatars here. So what we can do is we can import individual images, and then we can give them border radius of 50% and style them. So what I did is I just exported this as an image instead of using HTML to style this. It takes a lot of time to do that, so it's much easier just to export this as images, because this is only for designing anyway, so I'll just export them as images. Okay, so I've already done that. I'm going to, after the paragraph, I'm going to put a container. This is going to be dot images container. So in the images container, I'm going to add all those images. So img dot, so we have 5 images, right? Img dot image. So I want to have 5 images, right? With image 1, image 2, image 3, image 4. So I'm going to multiply by 5 to have oops. So image dot image multiply by 5. It's not working as I expected. Oh, it's actually working. I just need to put this in multiple lines. Like so. Alright, so now we have 5 images. So for the source, I'm going to change the source to the images that we're going to use. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the images that we're going to use. Import, so it's avatar 1 from, okay, let me double check if I'm recording. Yeah, it's recording. So avatar 1 from dot img, and then here we're going to have avatar 1.svg. something like that. Avatar 1. Yeah, let me double check the names. Yep, that's correct. I'm going to have 4 more copies, 1 2 3 4. So I'm just going to change the number from 1 and then to 2 and then 3 4 and 5. 4 and 5. All right, so in here I'm just going to put those names in. Oops. Avatar 3 then avatar 4 and then 5. All right, so now let's save. Let's see what we have. Okay, there they are. Now let's put some content on the right section. So on the right section, it's just an image. There's nothing much really. It's just messaging image img. For this one, it's going to be messaging. Let me double check the name of it. So it's conversation .svg. Okay, and then here I'll just say messaging. All right, there it is. Okay, so now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get the message container, and then down here message container, we'll display grid, and then grid template columns. I'm going to have 2 columns, so it's going to be repeat 2, 1 fr, 2 equal columns. Okay, so now it's in a grid. All right, okay. So what I can also do is inspect here. So it's covering the entire width. Okay, so now let's work on the left section here. So left items, I'm going to give this padding right. I think I'm going to change all of the content on the left to give it a padding right of 2 rem. I'm going to do that as well to everything here. We're going to fix it. So let me inspect this one as well. Okay, never mind, we'll fix it later. Let's just keep working on this small images here. We'll fix everything about the spacing later. Okay, so now let's go down to the images container. Oops, images container. It's inside the left items. Images container. Okay, and then I'm going to select all of the images only from number 2, image number 2. Image container number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. So these images, I'm going to give them a margin left minus 5 pixels. Okay, let me inspect this. Let's see what images container. Where's the styling? We can always go back anyway and do it here. So I'm going to increase this to 15 pixels. or whatever value you see fit. So I want this to be like a little bit overlaying on each other. I'll increase this again to 22 pixels. Yeah, I'll leave it to something like this. Okay, now this looks good for me. I'll leave it like this, and then after the image, I'm going to add a text, a paragraph. You can put any values that you want in here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is images container display flex this, display flex, so I want them to be side by side, and then I'm going to align items to center because I want this text to be aligned to this image. Okay, so align items to center, not centers, just center, so it's align center. So I'm going to just say and plus plus 25, something like that. Alright, I'll use some HTML entities here. So this is the spacing NBSP, just to give it a spacing before. So now this is a bit of a spacing. Okay, so this paragraph I'm going to give it a padding top and bottom. Okay, so I'll target the left items and then this paragraph here, the first one, left items P first child. It's going to be the first child because that's the first element that we want to target. First child is the first paragraph that we want to target, so I'm going to give this padding. Top and bottom is going to be, let's try 2 rem and then 0. If it doesn't work, we can always change these values. Seems like our padding is not being applied. P first child. I don't know why the pseudo element, the selector is not working. Left items P. You know what? We can always give this a class name anyway. And messaging paragraph, something like this. And then remove this, and then you can just put the messaging paragraph. And then now there's a padding top and bottom. Alright, I think 2 rem is way too much. We can just do 1, just alright, yeah, like this. And then for this image, let me inspect this. How much padding left? 2 rem. Okay, and also I'm going to target the image, this one, right items img, and then padding left 2 rem as well. Alright, so now there's a padding left of 2 rem. Okay, we're going to do the same for this image later. We'll fix it just to make sure everything is equal. Alright, so now this section is somewhat done. Oh, actually it's not done yet. We need to add this floating box, this one, these circles here. So we need to add these. Alright, so now let's import them. Import bg circles from .img. Okay, so the bg circles, they are coming, what did I name it? bg, I think it's the bg, I don't think so. I think it's the message logo lines. I'm still thinking what I've named it. okay, you know what, I'm going to re-export this because I can't remember what I've named it. So export, I'm going to re-export as an SVG, going to be circle BG. Alright, so now it's called circle bg.svg. Alright, so now inside the grid, next to the image in here, I'm going to add another img, this one with the class name, actually dot bg circle. Okay, so the image is going to be bg circles, and then I'm going to select the class and then write items. I'm going to go to the right items, and then position is going to be relative because I'm going to put position absolute of this bg circle. The parent has to be in position of relative. Position absolute, bottom 0, and then right 0. Okay, so now let's save. Let's see what we have. There it is, but it's appearing on top of our text. Okay, we don't want that. Okay, we can always change the order here, or we can use the z index. So if we do this, it's still appearing at the top. Okay, so what we're going to do now is use the z index. Okay, so z index, we can do -1. Okay, it will appear below our content. There it is, z index of -1, and then we're going to do the same for the left items. Position relative, and then now add in the image as well after the image is container. Okay, bg circle, I'll add it here. So what I'm going to do now, left items, after this I'm going to do img source bg circles, and then class name like so, but I'm going to change, so it's on bottom 0. Okay, I'm going to change to top 0 and left 0, so it goes on top and then left and 0, left and top 0. Pardon me. Okay, so right instead of right we do left. So if I save, as you can see, it's on left now, but it's on bottom 0, but we need to put top 0, bottom, and then we do top. Okay, so now it's on top. Okay, so but I want this to be a bit outside of this container. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do top left -5%. Okay, I want it to be out a bit more, -10%, -10%, both top and. Alright, I think this will do. I'll reduce this to 7%. Yeah, but yeah, this will do. Okay, it's a bit out of the container a little bit, and then I'm going to do the same for this one. I'm going to tuck it a little bit out of the container. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So down here I'm going to change the bottom to minus 7%. Okay, so now it's down. Okay, and it's also overlapping here as well. All right. So now what we can do, okay, I think this looks okay. This looks good. This looks good. We can, you know, change if we need to make some changes, but it looks good to me. You can reposition this to whatever positioning that you want, but to me it looks all right. Okay, now let's move on to the next section, which is going to be the this payment section here. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit tricky if you're a beginner to HTML and CSS. Okay, so let's get started with this section. Alright, so I'm going to create a new component. This one is going to be payment section.js. Okay, const payment styled equals to styled dot section styled section, and then I'll replace this div, and then in here don't forget we need to do the inner layout. But before we do that, let's go to the app.js, and then I'm going to import the payment section. There it is. Okay, so we've imported the payment section and style is not defined. Okay, now let's import styled from styled components. All right, and then now in here we do the inner layout like so. Okay, so now let's go ahead and look at our design. So there's this title here. So this is going to be somewhat different to this title. So this one is smaller, okay, and this one is a little bit bigger. So what we're going to do now is create a new class name and give it a span and give it this color here. Okay, let's go to the code. In here I'm going to do dot we can just, I'm thinking what to name this title. I'll just say small heading or something. It's going to be an H3 actually. H3, and then in here we're going to do span. Okay, I'll copy this title. Okay, and then I'm going to copy at the right place and put it inside span. Alright, so I'll copy small heading, then I'm going to the global style because I might reuse this for other components. So let's go to the global after the secondary heading. I'll do this, and then I'll copy this. Okay, and then I'll reduce this to 2.5 rem, 2.5, and then the color is going to be it's good, somewhat accent pink. accent pink, not pinky, pink. Alright, there it is. But oh, this color is not is supposed to be for the span element. It's supposed to stay at purple primary, and then for the span, all of the spans, I want them to have this color. Okay, all of them. There you go. And then I'm going to do text align to center. Okay, it's centered now. So what I'm also going to do after that is I'm going to add a p tag. P tag. Okay. Okay, so all of the p tags in this section, in the payment premium, I want them to be text aligned to center. All of them inside this component. Okay, they're going to be centered. All right. So now let's work on our card system. All right, so in here I'm going to create a parent container. This one is going to be card container. Okay, so this is going to hold the cards that we're going to create. So I'm going to create a new card component, card.js. Instead of hard coding the cards, it's better to create a component for the card. Okay, so in here I'm going to do const card styled is equals to styled dot div. This is going to be a div. Okay, take this down and replace. Okay, so now for the card, we're going to have a lot of props. Okay. Okay, I'm going to pause this video for now. I need to export some icons. Actually, it's only one icon that I need to export. So I think I'll just do it now. I'll pause the video. All right. For some reason, my OBS just crashed. I couldn't stop the recording. Okay, let's start working on the card system. Okay, so this card is going to have so many props. So our first prop is going to be the premium, amount, this text, the button, the card. All of these are going to be props, so it's going to be a lot of pain. But anyway, let's get started. Okay, I'm going to go to VS Code. The only reason we're doing props is because we might want to reuse this card over and over again. Okay, so inside the card, I'm going to go to the payment card container. In here, I'm going to put a card. Okay. So this card is going to have so many props. So what I'm going to do is it's going to be I don't know, it's going to be account, this one is going to be, let's say, free. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on next line to make sure this is organized nicely. Okay, so the next one is going to be amount, this one we can just say let's say $0 a month, something like that. What's the error? Identify expected. Oh, I don't need these commas actually. So amount, and then we're going to say card text. Or you can just say text. Text is going to be I'll copy the text. Okay, text, and then button is equals to get started, and then the card. So for the card, I'm going to import the image. Import card from .img what did I name this? ABC. Can't remember what I've named the bank card. Credit card .svg. Okay, I think here I'm going to do const actually hold on, I'll do card in here. Okay, I'm not sure if this works, but if it doesn't, we'll fix it later. Card, and then active. So here I'm going to import active, and then this one is going to be active, and then this one is going to be inactive. Okay, so active, and then inactive. All right, so after that we're going to import another image actually. So this image is going to be check, and then in here it's going to be check. Okay, so in here let's go back and do check. Okay, check, and then after that we're going to have title 1 or text 1. So we're going to have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 text. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so now I'm just going to put in some text. All right, text. Okay, this is the most time-consuming process. Okay. We also need check disabled. I'm just going to do check this like this, disabled. Disabled. What is it like this? Yep. All right, so now we have our props. Okay, disabled svg. I can't remember what I've named it. Let me double check. Check disabled. So it's like check disabled like this. Okay, so what I will do now is I'll go to the card. And then I'll put all of these. Okay, I'll split this in two, and then I'll put card in here. Okay, so I can see. Okay, so inside the card I'm going to import getting all those props. So account, amount, text, button, card, active, inactive, check, inactive, check, and then check disabled, and then text 1, text 2, text 3, and then we have text 3, text 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So now we have all of the props that we're going to use. Let's start building the card. Okay, Control B. I'm going to close all these, save, remove the payment. All right, so now style is not defined in the card. Import styled from style components. All right, so now let's go ahead and start doing the card. Okay, so in here, card styled. Let's start by doing the text. So the first text is going to be I'll do h4 dot card title, something like that. And then this one is going to be account. After the h4 we have the price. So for the price, same it's going to be an h4. Just do this here as well. Class name, and then this one is going to be amount, but amount, and then I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a span, actually span, and then inside the span I'm going to do slash. Actually I don't have a backslash. Oops. Yeah, I don't have a backslash, and then I'll do amount month. I'll find a backslash on my keyboard. I don't have it. Backslash. Oh, I do have backslash. I need this one. That's the backslash that I want. This one. Okay. So after the h4, I'm going to add a p. This paragraph is going to be the text. It's going to be the text, and then in here I'm going to do a button, or you can do an anchor tag. Button. So for this button, I'm going to have the title of the button is going to be button. Okay, and then this here img. The source is going to be the card. That's the source. And let's save. Actually, let's see if we have some changes. Yeah, there it is. We have some changes now. Okay, so now after the img, we're going to do the dot this one is going to be active container, or plan container. So in this plan container, I'm going to have two images img. So the first one is going to be active, and the second one is going to be inactive. Inactive. Okay, so now this is the plan container, right? Like so. There it is. Okay, so after that we have the text all the way from 1 to 8. So I'm going to do p paragraph, and then in here we have text. Actually, we have two things in this p. The first one is an image img, so in this I think it's good to give this a class name. It goes to text, check, or something like that. Okay, so for the image, img is going to be the check. Okay, so all the way from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we're going to have the check. Okay, and then in here we have the text. So the text 1 all the way to 5. Okay, we could also put this in a parent container, actually. Dot okay, so we can say dot we can say, I'm thinking of a class name that makes sense. You can say list container or something. You can put whatever class that makes sense to you. Okay, I'll take this paragraph, and then I'm going to duplicate this 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then now all you need to do is just change the text from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now let's do this 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 5. we do 6. Oops. Text. Here we do 6, and then we do 7, and then we do 8. Okay, so from 5, actually from 6, 7, 8, from 6 we're going to change from check to check disabled. Check this like this, disabled. Okay, so we want the button to be disabled. Okay, so now we have the check disabled. As you can see, there they are. Alright, so now let's get started with styling this card section here. Okay, so okay, let's go back to the card, actually to the payment section. I'm going to copy this card again. I'll paste it again down here. So now we have 2 cards. Okay, hold on, I didn't copy properly. Card. Okay, now we have 2 cards, and then I'll save. So these cards, I'm going to copy this card, oops, the card container, right? And then I'll go down here, and then I'll do card container, display is going to be a grid. Okay, and then we're going to do grid template columns. It's going to be repeat 2 1FR, and then we're going to do a grid gap. So the grid gap is going to be it's going to be 2 rem. Okay, let's see. So now we have a grid, okay, of our cards. So now let's go back to the card, and then now let's start styling. Then we'll do background color. It's going to be white. We can use a variable. Maybe you want to, you know, do dark and light theme, so it's better to use a variable. Okay, so we do padding 2 rem. Let's see what 2 rem looks like. Yeah, I think top and bottom I'll do 3 rem, top and bottom, and then left and right I'll do 2 rem. Okay, I think this looks good. And then border radius I'll do 30 pixels. Okay, like so. Alright, now let's work on these titles here. So H4 card title, font size is going to be 2.5 rem, actually 2 rem. And then the color is going to be, let's go to our globals, let's check the variables. I think the dark primary, or to make it, oops, actually let's do #00 to make it black, to make sure it's too dark. Yeah, like this. Alright, and then the card title, we have the span in there. We want the span, the font size to be 1.5 rem. Okay, like this. So we need to make it smaller. I'm going to increase this to 2.5 rem. Okay, makes sense. Now let's text align this to center. Text align center, so we want to be centered. Actually, we want this value to be way bigger, and then we do the padding as well. Padding top and bottom, it's going to be 1 rem, 0 left and right, so we have spacing. I'll do 1.5. Alright, now we have padding in the paragraph, and also let's do the button. Okay, so for the button, this button, put it in a parent container, button container. Okay, so the button is going to be in a container, right? The button container. So for the button container, I want to text align to center because I want to center this button. It's in a container, so, and then padding top and bottom 1.5 rem, left and right 0. Okay, and then we're going to target the actual button. For the border, button border, it's going to be 2 pixels solid. It's going to have a different border color, so I'll put this one. You can put this color as a variable if you want to change depending on the theme you are using. Okay, border, and then padding, so padding top and bottom, it's going to be 1 rem, and then left and right 1.4 rem, or shall we do this 0.8 rem, and then outline, it's going to be none, and then yeah, let's see, there it is. Okay, I'm going to increase this to 1.8, and then cursor pointer, background transparent, or you can give it a background of white, and then border radius 30 pixels. It's too rounded, let's do 20. Okay, like so. And then font size inherit, so when did you have a bigger font size? Okay, there it is. And then the color, the color is going to be color inherit. Okay, so the color, it inherited the color of white, so we don't want a white color, we want that dark color. Okay, so you can use the variable, but I'm just going to paste in the value. Okay, there it is, the button. And now let's do the card. So the card is way too big, so we're going to reduce the width of this card image to make it slightly smaller. Okay, so what I'll do now is I'll go to the card. Where is it? Okay, there it is. So I'll give it a class name. This goes to card img. You know what, I think it's better if we put this in a container as well. Dot card container. Okay, card container, button container. Down here in the card container, we're going to give text align to center, and then the img we're going to do width. Let's try 70%. 70%. Okay, so it's not centered. I know why. To display flex, justify content to center, so the card is centered now. Alright, so now we've reduced the width. Okay, we're also going to work on these little buttons. So the code, what did I name them? Plan container. So plan container display, it's going to be flex, justify content, center, align items, center, padding, top and bottom 1.5 rem, left and right 0. Okay, so now there they are. Okay, now they're a bit next to each other, so I'm going to just say img, going to give this a bit of a padding. Top and bottom is going to be 0, left and right is going to be 0.5 rem. Okay, so there's a bit of spacing between them. Alright, so now I'll reduce this to maybe 0.3 rem, and then yeah, it looks okay. And then now I'll go to these paragraphs here. Okay, so I lied actually. I don't want all the paragraphs to be text align center. I only want this paragraph to be align center. I'll give that paragraph a class name. It's text class. This goes to center. We should create a new file called utilities, to center these items, but I'm not going to waste your time creating new files. So I'll go back. Where did I center the paragraphs? I remember centering the paragraph somewhere. Cut title, plan, center, button container, okay, let me see where I've centered that. Oh yeah, it's here. Okay, start. Okay, I'll do this. Class name is equals to this. Okay, and then I'll do this. Dot center paragraph. Alright, so now the center paragraph, somehow our image is being affected. Center paragraph. Let's see why our image is being affected. Card container. Oh, it says display grid. I'm pretty sure we didn't do it grid. card one. Okay, I think I'm messing up these styles. I'll do cards or card image container or something like that. So just so that I don't mess the classes. Okay, I'll replace this, change the class name. Okay, I think we were mixing up the styles. Okay, so now let's go ahead and style these paragraphs. Okay, so I'll go ahead and select the text check. I'll go all the way down, and then I'll do text check, and then I'm going to do display of flex, align items to center. So I want the icon and the text to be centered properly. Alright, okay, we can also reduce the size of the icon as well. It seems too big here. And then I'll do we have the img inside there, so I'm going to do img padding right 0.3 rem. I don't know what's doing this. Okay, 0.3 rem. So we have a bit of spacing. Okay, and then I'm going to reduce the width of this. I'll put this in pixels, 10 pixels. Increase this to 40 pixels, 30 or 20, something that looks a bit nice. Okay, 24 pixels, it looks fine to me. Okay, and then what we need to do now is give this some padding top and bottom. It's going to be 1 rem, left and right 0. Okay, 1 rem is too much, 0.6 rem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, still too much. Reduce this to 0.4 rem. Yeah, I think this looks okay. So for the disabled, I think I might just use this and a different color. So this span here, the last 3 spans, they have different colors. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do dot text. Actually, I think I can do this inside here. I'll do nth child. So I'm going to select number 6. Okay, I'm targeting number 6, and then the color is going to be this one for the paragraph number 6. Okay, there it is. Okay, and then we need to target number 6, 7 up to 8. So 6, 7, and then 8. Okay, and then we just change the background colors of this, the colors of this. Okay, so they're disabled. Okay, alright, so now let's see what else we need to do. Okay, so for the premium, if you don't want this to be disabled, you can give them an extra class or something. Okay, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to waste your time to add more classes and to exchange this to this color here. So let's just continue styling this. card. Okay, so I'll increase the border radius from 30 pixels to something like 40. Okay, 40 pixels, 50. Alright, and also the padding as well. Let me increase this to 3 RAM. 3 RAM, inspect. So okay, let me see the border radius here. Okay, I think the border radius was okay there, and then I'll see the padding as well. Padding 3 RAM, 3.5. Okay, I think I'll leave it 3 RAM for now. Okay, and then down here in the payment section, cut container, I'll give this a padding top. Padding top of 2.5 RAM. Okay, so now there's a bit of spacing. I think I'll increase this to 7.5 RAM. So there's, yeah, like this. Okay. Yeah, I think this looks okay, somewhat okay. Oh, we can also increase the grid gap to 3 RAM. Okay. Card container, we can also, in here inside the card, let's increase the, let's go back in the card, padding top and bottom, 4 RAM, maybe, yep. Let's see if I change the width 90%. Okay, so the width is a bit smaller now, like 90%. Okay, inspect. Okay, you can, work with these values to see. Okay, so you can, increase the width or decrease the width. I don't know, it's up to you. So I'll remove this. Oops. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it for these cards. You can, change the values for these ones. For example, let me go down here to the payment section. You can change the values for these ones. Okay, so for amount, I'll change this to, let's say, $10, and then from free I'll change this to premium. Yeah, it's up to you. You can just change the values depending on how many cards you've added. You can just work around to change the values. Now we have premium and different values. Okay, $10, and in the card, actually, I want this slash here. Okay, like so, $10 a month, and I'm going to put a space as well. Alright, also you can change this color from this color to black or whatever color you want, but this looks okay to me. Okay, so it's time to move on to the next section, which is going to be the frequently asked questions. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, now let's work on the FAQ section. Okay, but before we do that, I forgot to add a box shadow to these cards. Okay, let's go back to the card. And then in here I'm going to add a box shadow. So this is the box shadow we need to add. So you can just copy these values here. Okay, so now let's save. Now we have a nice box shadow. Okay, so now let's go to the next section. So the next section is going to be components, and then new file. It's going to be FAQ section. JS, create functional component and export. Const FAQ styled goes to styled dot section. Alright, so for the FAQ, I'll copy this, replace the div, and don't forget to import styled from styled components. Okay, so now inside the app.js, after the payment section, we're going to import the FAQ section. Okay, and then now we save. So inside the FAQ, we need to add the inner layout as well. So we have the padding and everything. All right. So do you remember the class? If I go to the global, now we have this small heading here. Okay, so we want this small heading, and then inside the inner I'll do h. I think I did that as an h3 or h3 I think. Okay, it's an h3 dot small heading, and then frequently, and then span asked questions. All right, there it is, frequently. I can't remember if I did this as an h3 or h4, but I think an h3 is fine. Okay, frequently asked questions, and then after that we have a paragraph. So paragraph, just a p, and then just paste, or you can to lorem 32. All right, there it is. Okay, we're going to restart this as well. Class name is goes to center paragraph. I can't remember if I put this in a global. No, it's not global. cpara, I'll put it in global styles. So it's a utility. I'll just say utilities. We can reuse use this when we want to center something. Text align to center. Okay, so if I go back, the cpara, and now the text line center. So I can also get this, I can style this in here as well. Only in this file, I want the cpara to have a width of 60%. Okay, 60%, like so. Then margin 0 auto, and then to center. Okay, I'll decrease the text to some reasonable amount of text. Oops, I think I removed the p tag. Alright, yeah, this is reasonable. Okay, so what I'm going to do is going to be dot lines img lines. Okay, so I'm going to import lines from .img lines.svg. I can't, I'll double check if it's lines. Yep, it is lines. Okay, so now we have lines. There they are. Okay, but the lines are way too big and they're overlapping. Okay, so these lines, they should have a position dot lines position absolute. Okay, left 0. all right, and then we do top 50%. Nope, I want the wrong position, and we also want the width to be 100%. The width, let me inspect. img lines img width 100% also. Okay, now the lines are covering 100% of the width, and we want these lines to be behind everything. So the z index is going to be z index -1, so they're going to be behind everything. Okay, like so, and then we want them to be somewhere here, so the top is going to be somewhere between, I think I'll do something like 70 or 80% for now. After we finish building this website, we're going to change these values because they're going to be different. I think it's 90%. Let's try this. Okay, okay, or top. Yeah, because the image is too big, so the image is going all the way down here. That's why we were going to give it over 100%. Okay, because the image is way too big. Section, so FAQ section, that's what I'm looking for, this one. And then I'm looking for lines, so lines 130%. I'm going to increase this because the image is too big, that's why the lines are not. Okay, so 342%. 342%. Okay, because our image is too big. All right, so now we have our lines, and then now let's 300%, and then let's work on the FAQs. Okay, let's get started. I've already created the questions that we're going to use for this FAQ. It's just an array with a bunch of objects. You can add as many objects as you want. with a description text. It's just lorem ipsum text. Okay, you can put whatever questions that you want. Okay, and then we export the questions down here. It's just an array. Alright, so let's go to let's create a new component. Actually, new file. It's going to be question.js, and then we're going to create a functional component. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to the FAQ, FAQ, and then here I'm going to do dot questions container. Okay, so in this questions container, I'm going to import the questions. Import questions, this file here, and then I'm going to map, so actually what I'll do is, I'll just map them, and then I'll do questions dot map, and then I'm going to get a question. I'm going to name it Q. For question, it's goes to, I'm going to return a component question, a question component. Okay, so this component is going to have a key, which is going to be q.id, question.id, and then for the rest of the I just wanted to get the title and the description. I'm just going to use a spread operator, okay, to do that, and then I'll do q. Okay, and then inside the question I have access to the title and description, which is coming from the questions.js description. Okay, in here I'm going to do const question styled is equals to styled dot div. It's going to be a div. Okay, so I'm going to do same process, replacing the div and replacing the div. Okay, and then I'll save. Styled is not defined. We're going to import styled components, styled. All right, and then in here I'm going to render, I'll just say question, or just question container qcon, and then in here I'm going to render an h4. Okay, this h4 is going to have a title, and then below that there's going to be a paragraph. I'm only going to render this paragraph when toggle is equals to true. Only when toggle is true, that's when I'm going to render this paragraph. Okay, so the paragraph is going to be our description. So this toggle is going to be coming from our state, const toggle and set toggle for our state, and then what we do is goes to useState, and don't forget to import useState. Okay, so by default, let's say true. Let's scroll down. Okay, so now we have the paragraph, right? So our state is true. That's when we want to display this paragraph. So if we say false, we want to hide it. We don't want to display it. So if we say false, now the paragraph is gone. Okay, all right, so now here I'm going to do a button. Actually I'll put this in a parent container, dot toggle title, something like that, or whatever name that makes sense to you. Okay, and then I'm going to do a button. Well, for this button, I'm going to add an image, I think. Let me double check the design. Yeah, it's just a plus icon. So what I'll do is to this img plus, okay, and then I'm going to import plus from .img, then plus .svg. Okay, I think that's correct. Let's see. All right, there's the button. All right. Toggle title. We want toggle title to have a display flex. Display flex. Okay. And the h4 as well to have a background color. This one is going to be our dark color. I forgot the variable name, but I'm just going to add it here. Okay, I'll put the color, so that's the title color. Toggle title. Okay, and then I'm going to do button. Button background transparent. Okay, then align items to center. Okay, outline none, and border none. Okay. So now I need to give it a background color. Okay, so background color #ff and padding what color did I give this? FF and padding to rem, top and bottom, left and right 0. Okay, let's see, inspect. I think what I need to give is a margin, not a padding. Yeah, it's a margin. So margin I think 1 rem margin, and also a padding as well. Padding top and bottom, it's going to be 2 rem. Left and right is going to be 1 rem. I think it's too much. I'll do 1, and then left and right goes the same. And then for the flex, I'll do justify content space between. Okay, so it looks like this. And then we're going to do border radius. The border radius is up here actually. Border radius 30 pixels. We'll do 25, I think, or 24. We've used 24 before. Okay, 24 pixels. Okay, I think I'll increase the padding a little bit, top and bottom. I'll do 1.4 rem, so it's a bit bigger. Okay, makes sense. So now let's test our paragraph. Let's change the state value from false to true. Okay, alright, now the paragraph is showing. Okay, and we can also put this back to false. Okay, but we need to do that when we click the button, this button here. Let's do our cursor to pointer. Okay, so button const btn toggler to an arrow function, and then in here we're going to set toggle to it's supposed to be toggle. Set toggle to the opposite of toggle. Okay, so the opposite of toggle is false and true, just toggling between true and false, true and false, true and false. Okay, so when that happen, when we click the button, on click button on click, is it on click is equals to btn toggler. Okay, all right, so now we're toggling. Okay, but we want this to be like to toggle smooth. You want it to be smooth. Okay, so we're going to use a transition to make it a bit smooth, to transition between so what I would do is toggle title, I think it's the Q con in here. I'll do transition, not transform, transition, or 0.4 seconds, ease in and ease out. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, it's not transitioning. We need to figure out why it's not working. Okay, copy this transition, try to put it in the H4 as well, in the toggle title, just to see where it works. Save and refresh. Still not transitioning. Okay, let me check. Question styled, transition, I think it's the paragraph. Still not working. Okay, that's for you to figure out by yourself. I don't know why it's not doing it. Alright, so now let's increase the font size of the title. Okay, I want this font size to be a bit bigger, so I'm going to do H4 font size 2 rem, I think. Let's see what that looks like. Too big. 1.5 rem. Still too big, I think. 1.3. Okay, this makes sense. Okay, so we also need to give it a bit of a padding. So what I need to give padding is in the FAQ questions container. In here, I'll select the questions container, padding top 4 rem. Okay, so there's a big space between. Alright, so it's like this. Okay, we can also style these the paragraph in here. We can give it a padding as well, a bit of a padding, but I think it looks okay like this for me. We can also put and change this icon when we click this, with our state. We can change it. So, whoops, where is it? In the question, we can do the same what we did here in the button icon here. Okay, so I only want to render this icon when toggle is equals to false. This one is paragraph is rendered when toggle is true. So when toggle is true, I want to render button when toggle is true. When toggle is true, I'm going to render an image img, and then we're going to do source is equals to this, then out. You can leave this blank or you can put whatever text you want. Okay, so when toggle, I want to add minus icon. I don't have it here, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to export that, and then I'll export this. Okay, now export vector svg minus. Okay, so now let's just import the minus, and then it's going to be minus.svg. Okay, toggle is not defined. It's supposed to be toggle. Okay, it's still rendering the old icon. Okay, so we need to find a way to get rid of the old icon. So for the old icon, it's the plus. Cut this. Also want to render this only when toggle is equals to true. Actually, when toggle is equals to false. Hold on. Oops. When toggle is not equal to true, that's when we want to render the image icon. Okay, so when toggle, let me find the toggle is not equal to true. I think, hold on, I forgot the operation to do that. Hold on, let me double check the operation. React not operation. Or is it? Hold on. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm overthinking this. We can do this using a different method. I'll put this in a class container dot icon container. Okay, icon container. I'll cut the class and I'll do this toggle. Is toggle to true? If toggle is equals to true, I want to add this icon here, else nothing. Okay, so we want to display this icon when toggle is equals to false. Okay, so I'll exchange this here. So when toggle is equals to true, there's no class, but when toggle is equals to false, there's this class here. Okay, so by default I want another class as well. Okay, so this one is going to be hide, actually show, and then this one is going to be, I think, the opposite, hide. Okay, so show, it's other way around, show. Okay, so when toggle is goes to true, it's going to add no classes. You know what, I'm overthinking this. I will leave this for now. We can always do this later. Okay, alright, so I'll leave the minus button for now. We can fix this later. I'm overthinking this. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, everything is toggling, it's fine. Okay, now let's move on to the next stage, which is our footer section. Okay, let's work on the footer section, but before we do that, let me fix the icon that we were trying to fix earlier. I made a mistake. Okay, so what we can do now is we can do this toggle. If toggle is equals to true, I'm going to display this button. Else, if toggle is equals to false, I'm going to display another button which is minus. Okay, so let's see. It's the other way around. We need to change this to minus and this one to plus. Okay, it's the other way around. Okay, okay, so we are good to go to the footer section now. Okay, so now let's double check to see what the footer looks like. I'll check the design for a second. Okay, so this is what the footer looks like. Okay, I'll go back to the app.js outer layout. So the footer is going to be outside the outer layout, so I'm going to do footer. Actually, I'll just create a separate component for that. I'll do footer.js, React functional component, export const styled. Let's go to footer styled. Let's go to styled.footer. Okay, footer, and then replace the div here, place it, and then we're going to import styled components. Okay, styled. Okay, so now in the app.js I'm going to render the footer. Okay, so for the footer I am also going to have inner layout, okay, but for the I need to give this a padding of top and bottom 0, left and right 18 rem. So this padding is going to be inside the footer. Okay, and also I am going to give it a different background color, so I suggest you to use a variable for this. So if you want to do a different color theme. But for me not to waste your time, I'm not going to use a variable. Okay, so here's our footer. Okay, now let's start adding some content. So for the footer we have two things. We have two grids. So we have the icon, the logo container, logo container. In here we have an image, then we have logo, import logo from img logo.svg. Alright, so now that we have the logo, there it is. Below the logo we have the paragraph. Now we can do maybe copyright at 2021 rem ipsum, or whatever you've named the website, whatever name. Okay, and then here we can do a beer. We can break the line. Okay, and then below we do all rights reserved. Okay, like so. There it is. Okay, what we need to put this in a container, which is going to be dot footer con. So this footer con is going to be a grid. So it's going to be display grid, and then grid template columns, repeat to 1fr. Alright, and then yeah, I'll just leave it like that. And then dot when you do nav dot bottom nav, something like that. Or you can let's just dive into the UL instead of doing nav. UL Alright, so in here I'm going to have some links. Okay, so in here I'm going to have dot links 1. Okay, so links 1, and then in here we're going to have li and then a. Alright, oops, we can do okay, then I'll copy this 2 times. So we have links 1, links 2, actually links 2, and then links 3. Okay, and just put some text. Alright, so now let's save and see what we have in the website. There they are. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy the bottom nav, in here I'm going to do display flex, and then justify content space between. Okay, so the group like this. Okay, so in there I'm going to select an li. I'm going to do padding. Top and bottom is going to be 2 rem, left and right is going to be 0. Okay, and then go to color. I'm going to give it that dark color. You can use a variable. Okay, I'll just put in the color. Okay, so now this, I want this to be aligned on this center. So what I'll do is I'll go back up, logo container. What I'll do is I'll take this dot logo items or something, logo items. I'll take this. Actually I'll go for the logo container. Down here, logo container, display flex, align items to center. Okay, so we want to align this one. Alright, I'm going to increase the logo width. So logo con img width to 50 pixels. Let me try. So, oops, 90 pixels. Alright, now this looks reasonable. Alright, so now we're done with the website. Let's do some minor fixes. Okay, we're also going to do a bit of animations as well, so let's check some minor fixes that we need to do. For this one, you can leave this as it is, or you can make them to have equal width. You can do that by using a grid. Okay, but I'm going to leave it as it is. But you can use a grid system, and then a 2x2, not a 2x2, I mean just 2 columns of the grid, and then you can make it have equal sizes. Okay, I'll see you in the next video where we're going to do a bit of animations. Okay, so now let's do a bit of animations, but before we do that, remember our box shadow. We need to add a box shadow to this. So go back, question, in here let's just put in a box shadow. We've used this box shadow before. Border radius, we don't need this border radius. Okay, so now we have a nice box shadow. Alright, so now let's do some animations. Let's start with this orange thing here. Oh, let's draw this one actually. So that's I'm going to close everything here. It's in the header. Okay, header content. So it's the ring one, message one. I think it's the message one. I'll select this. Left, right content. I'll go below. I'll go all the way down here just to header animations. Message 1, I'll do at keyframe keyframes. We can say transform. Okay, let's double check. CSS at keyframes. Okay, so yeah, we can say, I'm thinking, I don't know, move or something, I don't know, something like that. Move, and then now you can put in some values from to, but I'm going to use a percentage value. I'm going to start from 0% all the way to 100%, to 100. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to do transform. Translate, oh, not a transition, I want to do a transform, translate. Okay, I want to translate on the y-axis 0, and then at 50% I'm going to go to minus 10 pixels, and then at 100, 0. Okay, I'll do animation name, it's goes to move. Duration, I'll do 5 seconds, and then I'm going to do infinite so it doesn't stop running. Okay, okay, so now it's working, but we need to do, let's do transition 0.4 seconds, is in and is out. We need a transition here as well. Alright, so now I think we might want to rotate this. Okay, and then do rotate. I don't know, 20 degrees. Actually 0 at the beginning. 0, 20, 0. Not working. Let's see why. I'm not sure if I need to separate this with a comma. Oops. Okay. Still not working. Ah, I know why. It's degrees. 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 Can do scale. We start there at 1, then do scale 1.1, and then I'm going to do scale 1. Okay, translate y, translate x 0, okay, and then we're going to translate this minus actually 10 pixels. Okay, 0 here. Okay, you can change the values if you don't like the values, and then we can do the ring as well. So this move animation, we can copy this animation move, and then we can also put it here as well to do the same thing. Okay, but I can do maybe a delay, animation delay 0.5 seconds, 0.5 seconds, so they don't happen at the same time. They're just doing different things. Also, we can change the duration as well for message to animation duration. Let's do this to 8 seconds, so it will be a bit slower to to do the animation. Okay, we can also make this ring spin or something like that. Let's try what is it called? The class name is ring1. We can do the same animation. Okay, but I'm going to change this from move to move to. Okay, move to I think I'm going to rotate this. Rotate 60 degrees. Okay. It's weird the way it's working. I'll change this to 20 seconds. Oops, it's the wrong one. $20 seconds or something. I don't know, you can animate this as what you see fit. Okay, now let's see if we need to, let's do a hover for this pattern here. You know what, I'm not going to waste any more time. This video is already long enough. Now let's work on the media queries for the next video. Okay, now let's work on the media queries. Okay, I want to put this as full screen. Okay, I'm going to press F12. Okay, I'm going to check the size to see where we need to make some breakpoints. Okay, so at this size, which is okay, let me double check, 14,347. Oops, let me double check again. So it's 1344. 34. Oops, my stomach is making noises. Okay, so it's, let's go to the global. Actually, It's in the layouts. What is it? Styles, layouts. Okay. So I'm going to do at media screen and max width. So the max width is 14. I think it's 1347, something like that. Yeah, 1347 pixels. 1347 pixels. Okay, if it's like that, I'm going to reduce the padding from 18 rem left and right to, let me copy this, from 18 to 14. Okay, doesn't seem like it's working. Oh, it is actually. It is, but because we're not including the layout inside here, that's why it's not in the header, but it's working for the body. Okay, we're going to focus on the header later then. Okay, but we also need to put this image to 100% width. Okay, so I'll go to VS Code, I'll copy this media, I'll go to the, so that's the cut section, isn't it? Cut right. Actually, it's not. It's this section here. I forgot the name, but let me double check. I think it's the chart section. Okay, so we have the image starts with 80% chart left. And here we do it media. So at that size, I want the width to be 100%. With 100%. Okay, so now the width is 100%. There it is. Okay, we can keep reducing. So around, oops. At this size, let's keep going a little bit, let's keep going. Here, I'm going to reduce the padding, so the size is going to be 1186. Go back to VS Code, and then layouts, 1186 pixels, 1186. Okay, so I'm going to reduce this to 8 rem. Okay, so now there it is. All right. Okay, so now let's keep going. Okay, so at this size, I want to increase, I'm going to actually, oops, let's keep going. At this size, I'll reduce this to, which is 990 pixels. 990 pixels. I'll reduce this to 4 rem. Okay, $990. All right, so here at this size, 845 pixels. So I'll do 845 pixels. I want to 845 just section, display grid, copy this at media, paste it here, copy this. We're going to have, we're going to have one column here at this size, so we're just going to have one like so. Okay, so now we're going to fix this, don't worry. One column. Let's do the same for the card. Okay, I'm so hungry right now at the moment, but I just want to finish this video and then I can go and eat now. Okay, I'll do the same here. Alright, so now alright, we have to do the same as well for the messaging section. Okay, message container. Alright. So for the cards as well, we need to do the same. Card section. Oops, where's the card section? Card section. Oh, I didn't change the pixels. Z990. I forgot the pixel value. Nope. Card section. Oh, oops. Navigation. It's payment section. It's payment section. Payment. I think it's 990 pixels. Let me double check again. Oh, I'll do 560 or 570. 570. Okay. Okay. So now we need to do this section here. So this is the cut section. We will do this section at I think, yeah, at this height, at this width, I mean. So at 834, 835 pixels. Cut section 845 pixels. Okay, so at 845, like so. Now let's go to the footer as well. We need to do the same. Actually, the footer and the header, it's a different scenario. We go to the layouts, copy these media queries here, and then we go to the footer, and then we paste all those media queries here. Okay, so they're going to be the same. Okay, so the footer, okay, there it is. We need to do the same for the header as well. So, oops, opened the folder by accident. Let's go to the header, header.js. Okay, where is it? In here, in the header content, we need to copy those media queries. Okay, Yeah, I'm so hungry. Alright, now let's save. Alright, now let's inspect this. Let's inspect the header. Yep, the header is working as well. Alright, so for the footer, okay, so for the footer, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to hide this logo. So inspect. Okay, this grid item, I'm just going to do display to none. Okay, so I'm going to hide it at a certain size. Okay, or I can leave it. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. Alright, so everything. Okay, so what we can do is also we need to hide the menu as well. Okay, so because we didn't do a sidebar, I'm not going to be to worry too much about this menu because we didn't do a sidebar, so I'm not going to work on this menu anyway. Because now let's do the font size. Okay, so for the header, so at this size, so it's 700 pixels. Oh, why do I keep opening this folder? So I'll go to the global styles. Okay, so inside the header JS header content, we have the H1. Oops, then we're going to do layouts. Copy this. Okay, in here I'll do a media query. Okay, so this one is going to be 700 pixels. So 700 pixels. At 700 pixels, I need to reduce the font size from 4 rem to 3 rem. I mean, you get the idea. Okay. So we also need to, get rid of these spinning. Okay, so since this is a grid, what we can do is we can inspect this. Actually, hold on. I go to the code, left content and right content. We can do this. Oops. Copy the media, paste it down here. Okay, I'm not going to show you all the media queries. You're going to do it the rest of it by yourself. I'm just going to show you the basic stuff for now, because I don't want to waste your time, doing all these media queries. Okay, so register So now our content is now floating, floating, I mean, outside the header, but it's still in the header. So the header, what is it? Header height. So the header, instead of giving it a height, we need to give it as a mean height. So the minimum height is going to be 100 VH. Okay, so we want the header to keep going. So I'll go back to the code, and then I'll go to the header content. Header content, in the header, I think here, height 100 VH, and then I'm going to change this to minimum height. Okay, so 100 VH is going to be our minimum height. So when we expand this, the header is going to keep expanding, okay, accordingly. Alright, now let's actually at this size, 6880 pixels, payment section 689 pixels. That's when we want, yeah, the card. All right, you can reduce the text size, the font size, I mean, from when you think you want to reduce the text size at whatever size that you want, you can do that with media queries. I was only showing you the basics, so I think you can do the rest from here. Whenever you need to reduce something, just to get media, and then you just check the size. So the size is up here. You can just, you know, copy the size and then do whatever size that you want with the media queries. Okay, all right, I think, yeah, I will leave you to it to finish. So if you need anything, you can comment down below the video, and then I can add more stuff. Okay, I'll see you on the next one.